Welcome to meeting number 9 of the House of Commons Special Committee on Canada-China Relations. Pursuant to the order of reference of July 20, 2020, the committee is meeting on its study on Canada-China relations.
Mr. Chair,
Voici quelques règles à respecter.
Here are a few rules to follow to ensure an orderly meeting. Interpretation in this video conference will work very much like in a regular committee meeting. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. As you're speaking, if you plan to alternate from one language to the other, you will need to also switch the interpretation channel so it aligns with the language you are speaking. You may want to allow for a short pause when switching languages. Before speaking, please wait until I recognize you by name. When you are ready to speak, you can click on the microphone icon to activate your mic. A reminder that all the comments by members and witnesses should be addressed through the chair. To raise a point of order during the meeting, committee members should ensure their microphone is unmuted and say, "Point of order." For any subsequent debate or discussion on another motion, please use the raised hand function at the bottom of the participants list to signal to the chair that you wish to take the floor. To do so, click on the participant lists at the bottom. Once you see the list next to your name, you'll see that there's an option to raise your hand. Speak slowly and clearly, and I will try to do the same. When you are not speaking, your mic should be on mute. The use of headsets is strongly encouraged.
Informed me that there was a major internet outage today in Ottawa, and we're hoping that will not reoccur and not cause us any problems. But the technicians are aware of that, and I don't think they can do much about it, but hopefully it won't reoccur.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chair. You made reference to an option on the bottom of the screen allowing you to raise your hand with some device. I don't have such a thing. I have a reaction button which allows me to clap one hand or give a thumbs up, but no raising of the hand. So I don't know.
You should hit participants, and then it'll open up another screen, and then it'll say raise hand.
Well, you know what? I could ask Mr. Albus to wait until he's recognized, but I think that was a very helpful intervention. Could you go over that again, Dan?
So in the center of the screen, you should see our participants. Right now, I see one that has 26 participants, and next to the English button, or at least your language button, you click on participants, and then it'll have a menu of all the people that are on there. And at the bottom, I believe the right, it'll say raise hand.
Okay, so now, is that helpful, Dan? Oh, sorry, Jack, Mr. Harris, pardon me. No, is that helpful?
No, there's three icons on the bottom, participants, then next to it is English, and next to it is reactions. When I press on participants, I don't get anything other than, hold on now. There's a whole list on the the right-hand side you're talking about, Dan, is it?
Yeah, bottom right
hand. But at the bottom, look at the bottom.
Okay, all right.
Look at the bottom of the list. It says invite, mute me, raise hand. You see that,
okay,
Jack?
so you have the actual list and by names of the participants, and I see it now, sir.
Right. So that list is the three words: invite, mute me, raise hand. So raise hand
here now. Yeah.
Excellent. I don't see it. I don't see your anyway. You know how to do it, so I think we're all right.
Well,
thank you very much.
It's raised there now, sir.
Well, apparently so the clerk is indicating that she sees it. I don't see it. That's odd. Am I supposed to? Is it raised on the list of participants? I'm sorry, but
it isn't now. Mr. Williamson's is. Mine is not.
I thought it would be.
Oh, it is now. Yeah. Okay. Mine is.
I'm sorry for the confusion about this, but this is important to work this out. My expectation would be that we would see the raised hand on your screen. I wonder if that's not correct. Perhaps the clerk could clarify this.
I can see it on my screen now. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, it's Christine, the clerk. I see both raised hands on Mr. Williamson's audio, video and Mr. Harris's, as well as in the participants list.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Harris to do that again because I didn't see it, and I'm going to need to see it, obviously.
I'll lower it now. Now it's gone, and now I'll press raised hand again, and it's back up again. And so is Mr.
Oh,
Williams.
I see on the list. Okay, I see where it is. I'll have to have that off to the side then. That's going to be one more thing to have open here. Mm-hmm.
That was my same problem. I did not have that list open. So
I'm sorry for the delay here, but that's very useful. Okay, that's going to be challenging perhaps, but I'll try to keep my eye on that. Thank you very much. All right, so since my colleagues, since this meeting stems from a recommendation from the Subcommittee on Agenda and Procedure, we need to ratify this recommendation before proceeding further. I understand that Mr. Oliphant is prepared to move a motion to do this. Mr. Oliphant?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's good to see everybody. I begin first by apologizing for not having a tie on. I would normally wear a tie, but I am at the cottage, and the meeting was called while I was still at the cottage. So I could do up the button and hang something funny from it at my neck, but I thought that was ruder than not having a tie on. So I'm going to begin with a motion. And this is, as the chair said, in light of the fact that the subcommittee met but has not yet had its a report ratified. We'll be able to do it at the end of the meeting. But to facilitate this meeting from happening, I would move that the committee meet from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Today on Thursday, August 6, 2020, that former ambassadors David Mulroney, John McCallum, and Robert Wright, as well as Dr. Lobsang Sangay, be invited to appear from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., and that the committee discuss committee business from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. That is the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Oliphant. As stipulated in the latest order of reference from the House, all motions shall be decided by way of a recorded vote. I will now ask the clerk to proceed.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Albus, I'm sorry, this is the problem with not seeing these hands up all the time, so I guess you probably had a hand up. Mr. Albus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the subcommittee report clearly indicated, there were a number of former ambassadors, including Mr. McCallum, that were invited. I note today that we are going to be speaking with one of the invited guests. Could I ask the clerk just the status of the other two?
Yes, Mr. Albus. So the other two, Mr. Wright and Mr. McCallum, have declined the invitation of the committee.
Okay, so they've declined. Is it because they were not able to make today, or have they declined the committee from just participating completely? Could you maybe elaborate?
They didn't give me any explanation, just saying that they weren't not available to appear before the committee.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Albus. So I'll now ask the clerk to proceed to a recorded vote.
Mr. Chair, I have a hand raised, but I believe Mr. Harris has a hand raised and was ahead of me.
I'm having trouble with that. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Let's see here.
Jack, you're on mute.
I don't know how that hand got raised, Chair, so I'll take it off and pass the floor over to whoever was up ahead of me.
I think it's Mr. Jennis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in light of the clerk's response to Mr. Albus's intervention, I want to just propose an amendment to the motion that we add to the text of the motion that Canada's former ambassador to the People's Republic of China, the Honorable John McCallum, be summoned to appear before the committee at a time, date, and location to be determined by the chair and the clerk of the committee.
So that would be a motion to amend the motion before us.
Yeah.
And I believe that's in order. I'm not seeing an indication from the clerk otherwise. And so I'll now ask the clerk to proceed to a recorded vote on the motion to amend the main motion.
So it would,
Mr. Genes's motion, pardon me.
yes, so it would be an amend, so the vote would be presently on the amendment.
That's correct.
That's correct, okay. Mr. Virani. Mr. Virani,
You'll have to unmute, please.
you have to unmute.
I'm going to vote against the proposed amendment.
Mr. Fragiskatos. I need to hear yes or no.
Could I have a point of order? I would like the amendment read because I wasn't prepared for amendment. It sounded contradictory to the motion, so I was just wanting to make sure that I understood the amendment and what it is.
Or I'd ask Mr. Genes to read the amendment, if there's motion to amend, please.
Yes, I'm very happy to do that, and I think it very much follows in the spirit of the proposal, given the witnesses that people wanted to hear from. The amendment is as follows: that Canada's former ambassador to the People's Republic of China, the Honourable John McCallum, be summoned to appear before the committee at a time, date, and location to be determined by the chair and the clerk of the committee.
May I speak to the amendment?
Oh, I have Mr. Oliphant, and after that, Mr. Bergeron.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, we're in the middle of a vote.
Oh, Mr. Genes is quite correct. We started. I've asked for the. I did ask the clerk to proceed to a recorded vote on the motion. So,
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I don't believe you asked if there was any debate on the motion on the amendment. I think you missed that part. So I would beg that you allow us just for a minute of clarification.
Mr. Chair, that's obviously not in order.
Mr. Oliphant is correct. I did not ask for debate on the motion, which clearly I should have done. So,
Mr. Chair, look, if the government members want to filibuster this, it's up to them. But they missed the window.
Mr. Genes, you're out of order. Mr. Genes, you're out of order. Okay, I'd ask you to speak. Mr. Genes, I'd ask you to speak when it's your turn, when you're called upon to speak, and when you're recognized.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
As I said, I should have called for debate. I did not do so. That's my error. I regret that, but it's important to allow members to debate on the motion that you've made.
There were no speakers, but you know.
No, I did not call for debate. I did not call for debate. So, Mr. Oliphant, followed by Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to relieve Mr. Genes's concern, I'm not going to filibuster. I would propose an amendment to the amendment, which would add Mr. Robert Wright to the amendment, so that we would be inviting both the ambassadors who declined today to appear before our committee. So that was what I would do, because I don't understand. There are 3 ambassadors that the subcommittee requested. One was available, the other 2 were not. And I believe that I would be voting for the amendment that Mr. Genes made, but I would like a sub-amendment made to that to add Mr. Wright, and then I would be voting in favor of both the sub-amendment and the amendment, and then the motion.
Okay, I will now call for debate on the sub-amendment just moved by Mr. Oliphant. Is the debate on the sub-amendment?
I think it's great, and I'll vote in favor of that too.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Monsieur Bergeron. Vous êtes en sordine.
Mr. Bergeron, you're muted. Oh, very sorry about that. Very sorry about that. Okay, that is what I was going to say. I was wondering why Mr. Genuis's amendment didn't mention both ambassadors. So I welcome the sub-amendment that is just been made by Mr. Oliphant, and I will vote yes for that sub-amendment.
We're talking about? I mean, Mr. Oliphant?
Mr. Chair, I prefer just to go through the process.
Fine.
Because I think it does change the motion, and I think it also gives Mr. Virani a chance to actually vote on a motion.
All right, I'll call upon the clerk to proceed to a recorded vote on the sub-amendment.
Exactly. So we are on the sub-amendment. Mr. Virani.
Okay, so Mr. Chair and Madam Clerk, so just to clarify, so we are voting on Rob Oliphant's sub-amendment.
On the sub-amendment, that's correct.
Yes,
Please,
so
yes or no?
I'm in favor of the suggested change made by Mr. Oliphant, that if there's going to be a summons.
I'm sorry, Mr. Virani, we're looking for yes or no. That's
okay. So
it's on the question as you've heard from Mr. Oliphant.
Yes, so I'm in favor. I just wanted a chance to clarify my vote earlier, Jeff. That's all, and I appreciate this is partly debate, but I don't believe we should be summoning only one individual. I believe we should.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We need for Rob Oliphant.
Yes.
Miss Yip.
Yes.
Miss Zan.
Yes.
Mr. Albus.
Yes.
Miss Aleslev.
Yes.
Mr. Jenis.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Oui.
Yes.
Harris.
Yes.
Sub-amendment carries.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to see the language that this is on at the moment. Sorry. Interpretation. All right, I'm in English. Thank you very much. So the sub-amendment carries, and now I would ask the clerk to proceed, unless there is, I don't think there's further debate now, to a recorded vote on the amendment of Mr. Jenis as amended by Mr. Oliphant's amendment.
Mr. Virani.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Yes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Yes.
Miss Yip.
Yes.
Miss Zan. Miss Zan.
Lenore, could you please unmute?
Miss Zan.
You're muted.
Yes.
Mr. Albus.
Yes.
Miss Aleslev.
Yes.
Mr. Jenis.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Oui.
Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Amendment carries.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, je demande.
Thank you very much. I will now ask the clerk to proceed with a recorded vote on the main motion.
Amended. Mr. Virani.
Okay, I apologize, but I just need some clarification as to what we're voting on now, Mr. Chair. So we dealt with Mr. Jenis' amendment, the sub-amendment.
Order, Mr. Virani. You are voting on the main motion as amended, both by Mr. Jenis's motion amendment to summon Mr. McCollum and as amended by Mr. Oliphant's sub-amendment, which added also Mr. Wright. So it is to hold this meeting and to summon those two potential witnesses.
Yes. So yes. Thank you.
Mr. Virani.
Yes.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Yes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Yes.
Miss Yip.
Yes.
Miss Zan.
Yes.
Mr. Albus.
Yes.
Miss Aleslev.
Yes.
Mr. Jenis.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson.
Yes. Pardon me.
Monsieur Bergeron. Caron.
Oui.
Yes.
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 Motion as amended carries.
So thank you very much. I declare it adopted. I would now like to welcome our first witness, Dr. Lobsang Sangay Sikyong, President of the Central Tibetan Administration. Dr. Sangay, pardon me, you have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes to make your opening statement. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Jeff Reagan, and Vice Chairs and the members of the committee. You know, here in Dharamsala, it's 1 a.m. So, you know, given the importance of the committee, I thought I should, you know, deprive myself of the sleep and talk about China and Tibet. I just want to say in Tibetan, Tashi Delek and Tujiche, the Kogab Sangmana Wadela, and the Pimi Digzuda, Pimi Mang Subcheche, and Pedenda Yana Davidon Tikji Nishuchova Chess. I just said in Tibetan what I said in English. And, you know, it's odd that because of the COVID-19, which originated in Wuhan, now instead of meeting in person, we have to conduct such hearing through online. So the inconvenience caused to all of us, I think partly due to the Chinese government's irresponsible act by not letting us to know that the coronavirus do transmit from human to human, and several thousands were infected, but they did not inform the world, and that led us to this very precarious situation. And then I just want to say what I said in 2018, which is similar to what US government and others have been saying. The challenge posed by the Communist Party of China or the Chinese government is very serious. So either we transform China or China will transform us. So the liberal values are at stake, democracy is at stake, human rights is at stake, environmental issues is at stake. Being the second largest donor to the United Nations, China is trying to restructure United Nations by putting key personnel who support them and who compromises democratic values and human rights values. They are trying to redefine human rights. They have already passed 2 resolutions redefining human rights. And if that is to continue, then the human rights that we know, where freedom of speech and political rights are considered key, will be diluted. So, and then all over the world, what happened in Tibet in 1950s, elite co-optation of influencing politicians, influencing business people, intellectuals, media, all these things are taking place. Having traveled from, Ottawa to Norway to Sweden to Australia, I see this over and over again because of this elite co-optation. The Chinese government tried to get many people in your own countries, favoring or supporting the Chinese version of events, and so this is what they are trying to do. And as we see in Canada, with the issue of Michael and Michael, obviously my solidarity is with the family members of Michael and Michael, but it's a choice between moral and money. So if the Canadian government, submits to the Chinese government demand to exchange Miss Meng Wanzhou for Michael and Michael, and that will lead to other cases where more Canadians could be arrested, and then they will be used as a hostage to pressure on Canadian government to give them concessions. So I think the Canadian government has taken the right stand not to succumb to the pressure from the Chinese government. And the issue of Taiwan, as a member at WHO, I think I have been in favor of Taiwan status be restored pre-2016 when they were a member at the WHO, because coronavirus is simply a health issue. And Taiwan has performed brilliantly in dealing with coronavirus, and their expertise and their experience could be invaluable in handling this coronavirus, and their role should be, provided for, accommodated at WHO, but because of Chinese government pressure, they are not allowed in. And the security law of Hong Kong too, and this is what we have seen in Tibet, the unity law in Tibet, and the similar security laws were passed in Tibet, and these laws are simply to undermine democratic values, undermine freedom of speech, and political repression of the Tibetan people, environmental destruction of the Tibetan plateau, and economic marginalization of the Tibetan people. All these, are taking place primarily because Chinese government has imposed, like Hong Kong, security laws and unity laws. These are used to undermine freedom of the Tibetan people. So hence, what we have been saying is that what happened to Tibet could happen to you. And from Taiwan to Hong Kong and in East Turkestan, with 1 million or so people detained, including a Canadian citizen, Uyghur Canadian Jalal, who has, been detained in China. All this clearly show that what happened in Tibet 60 years ago is happening all over the world. So there are a lot of lessons you can learn from Tibet. So with this, I want to recommend that the Canadian government, especially the committee, could pass a motion and support a middle way approach as a policy, which seeks, genuine autonomy for the Tibetan people within the framework of the Chinese Constitution. For that to happen, there ought to be a dialogue between the envoys of the Dalai Lama and representatives of the Chinese government. This is, in fact, a win-win proposition for the Chinese government and the Tibetan people. And I hope the committee will consider supporting middle way approach. And religious freedom is vital. This year marks the 30th birthday of Panchen Lama and 25th anniversary of disappearance. We don't know where he is. He has disappeared for 25 years. And Panchen Lama's case reflects the tragedy of situation of religious leaders and religious freedom in Tibet. And Chinese government is trying to interfere in the selection of reincarnated lamas. So reincarnation is strictly a spiritual business, but the Communist Party of China is politicizing it, and they are saying they will interfere and they will select the reincarnated Lama, and the Tibetan people should follow those religious leaders. This is in clear violation of basic human rights and basic spiritual tradition. And also, I would urge the Canadian government to join alliance of democracies or like-minded countries, which supports and upholds liberal values, to be together. So work in coordination with other countries to press on Chinese government that they ought to be a responsible member of the international community, and international norms and regulations ought to be followed. If they don't do it, they will not get the respect that they want as an upcoming superpower. So Chinese government ought to respect human rights and liberal values of the Tibetan people and the Uyghurs in the Hong Kong and people in Taiwan as well. So these are the issues which are very important. And finally, Tibet is very important from environmental point of view. 10 major rivers of Asia flow from Tibet. Tibet is called the water tower of Asia. More than 1 billion people depend on water flowing from Tibet. And the climate changes all over the world, including whether the winter will be cold or warm in Ottawa or the summer will be too hot or not, is partly dependent on jet stream, from the Tibetan plateau. So that's, is also a very important matter. So Chinese government do talk about providing leadership in, climate change, but their action and the record in Tibet is abysmal, a very poor record. So Chinese government should be held accountable as far as environmental destruction of the Tibetan plateau is concerned. So these are the, some of the points were also raised by a Tibetan Canadian called Sangye Kap, who walked all the way from Toronto to Ottawa and visited the parliament, asking parliamentarians to support dialogue between Chinese government and the envoys of the Dalai Lama to find a peaceful solution to the Tibet issue and the whereabouts of Panchen Lama and religious freedom. So I would like to, end here because my time is up, and thank the committee members for, inviting me. So given the importance, even though it's past midnight, it's past 1 a.m., I'm here to, represent Tibetan people and emphasize how important Tibet issue is. With that, I want to thank the chair, the clerk, and all the members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangye, and thank you for sticking to your time. I know the members are looking forward to asking you questions, and of course you'll have opportunities to speak, and they'll be looking forward to hearing from you. So I will go first, the first speaker, and this is the 6-minute round, Mr. Jenneth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Sangye, for being here and for staying up so late. Dharamsala is certainly a beautiful place to be. I wanted to start by expressing my support for everything you said in your opening remarks, and I appreciate your challenge to this committee to put forward a motion or initiative expressing our clear support for the middle way approach, facilitated through direct dialogue, and also standing up for religious freedom inside of Tibet. It is amazing that we have an officially atheist regime that also claims to control and know reincarnation. It would be comical if it wasn't so tragic. So I want to express my support for you on those points, and I'm hopeful that this committee will be able to adopt motions to that effect, adding our voice to yours and the voice of so many Tibetan Canadians who I know raise these issues on a regular basis. You've framed some of this discussion of Tibet as Tibet being kind of the first victim of CCP colonialism. I think that's such an important point for us to think about, that so many of the techniques of colonialism, of elite capture, of control that the CCP is trying to deploy around the world, Tibet was the first case in which we saw that happen. I wonder if you could just speak a bit more to Chinese state colonialism and also the implications that you're seeing for the Tibetan diaspora community. For instance, issues of Chinese state influence in Nepal and the implications for Tibetans in Nepal, and the intimidation and pressure that Tibetans face even in Canada, the United States, and in other Western countries as well. What are the manifestations of that for the diaspora?
Yes, the Communist Party is a declared atheist party, but they claim to have authority to recognize reincarnated lamas. So His Holiness Dalai Lama jokingly said, if they're very serious about reincarnation, then first they must find the reincarnation of Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, these great Chinese Communist Party leaders. Then once they have developed some expertise and credibility, then only they can talk about reincarnation of Tibetan lamas, right? So I think, it's bizarre that they claim to have authority on spiritual matters. Yes, I think Tibet has been the first victim. The blueprint that they use in Tibet is being used everywhere. So, having traveled to the African continent or Latin America or Europe, anywhere, the elite co-optation is a classic case, where they co-opt elite and influence various leaders to support the Chinese version of the narrative, as well as Chinese government policies. So as far as colonization of Tibet is concerned, natural resources, gold, copper, borax, uranium, Chinese government has declared that Tibet has around 123 different kinds of minerals, billions and billions of dollars of worth, right? And all these are being exploited by Chinese companies in tandem with Chinese officials and for, purely for profit. For example, I think 70% of the lithium in China comes from Tibet. And we all use Chinese products, and which has, lithium battery, right? So why Chinese product is so cheap? Because they don't pay anything to the Tibetan farmers and nomads from where they extract all the lithium. And when the extraction is very complicated, they use a lot of chemicals. They pollute our soil, they pollute our air, water, but they extract it for free and they put it in Chinese gadgets and they sell it. And similarly, rare earth, 90% of the rare earth at one time comes from Inner Mongolia, or Outer Mongolia. But they don't pay anything to the Mongolians, but they extract it and use it in Chinese products. So obviously, colonization and exploitation of natural resources are taking place. Tibetans in Nepal are in very serious situation, because since 1990, anyone who's born and brought up in Nepal, Tibetans, they don't get even birth certificate. They don't have residency card. They don't have travel documents. So a lot of Tibetans have come to, or forced to leave Nepal and go to Canada and Europe and other places. So under the Chinese government pressure, Tibetans in Nepal, even today, are living in very, very tough condition. So you can clearly see the Chinese government influence is not just restricted to Tibetans inside Tibet. Even Tibetans in exile, in Nepal are under tremendous pressure. So this is the situation of Tibetans in Nepal.
Mr. Geddes, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I wonder if you can also just speak to, you talked about some of the repression around natural resources and mining. We've heard suggestions at the Human Rights Committee around the issue of Uyghurs and doing something about supply chains. What suggestions would you have around ensuring that our supply chains are not polluted by abuse of human rights, or that companies aren't involved in supplying security technology that's used in the abuse of human rights?
Yeah, I think it's very important that for any kind of exploitation of natural resources, we have to find the origin of the raw materials. And often it comes from Xinjiang, it comes from Tibet. And we always say anything the Chinese company or any Canadian company, we have some Canadian companies had investment in gold mining and copper mining in Tibet as well. So we have to investigate these cases and find out that they are environmentally sustainable, culturally sensitive, and economically beneficial to the Tibetan people. And if it is not the case, then these Canadian companies or investors should be held accountable. So this is very, very important.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. That's Mr. We've gone over Mr. Geddes' time by a few seconds. Mr. Virani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Clerk. Dr. Lobsang Sangala Tashrilek, Dering Mixel, Canada Gyanak, Sokchung La Pepa Tujiche. So for the benefit of those of you who don't speak Tibetan, I just said thank you very much for participating in the special Canada-China Committee today. It's obviously very late in Dharamsala. We're very grateful to you also for putting up with our procedural indulgences at the start of this meeting. Thank you for participating, but also thank you for your leadership, Sik Yongla, because your leadership in promoting internationally the cause of Tibet and the struggle of the Tibetan people for basic human rights. As the representative of 7,000 Canadians of Tibetan descent in my riding of Parkdale High Park, one of whom you mentioned in your remarks, the fellow who walked back and forth from Toronto to Ottawa, know that your advocacy is appreciated by my constituents and by me personally. I want to raise at least a couple of issues in the time that we have, and I'll ask you to be somewhat brief in your responses. But the first relates to the Panchen Lama. It is a very important year, as you outlined, because it is the 25th anniversary of his disappearance. At the age of 6, when he disappeared, he was known as the world's youngest political prisoner and religious prisoner. He was 6 years old at the time, and he has been not seen for 25 years. When the Tibetan delegation, the official delegation, appeared in the last parliament in 2018, I felt incumbent upon me to appear at that committee and ask some pointed questions. And I asked Pema Wangdi about the whereabouts of Gedin Choki Nyima. And he said, quote, "He is living a normal life with his family and does not wish to be disturbed," end quote. And we know that there's been statements from the Chinese Foreign Ministry that stating that he has now finished his schooling and he is now working. So the first thing I wanted to ask you, if you could answer in about 60 seconds, is are you satisfied with this type of response from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, and has the Central Tibetan Administration attempted to verify the accuracy of this information? So over to you, Sik Yongla.
Yeah, absolutely not. Even the 5 UN human rights experts have just recently, a few days ago, raised this issue that they want to know the whereabouts of Panchen Lama. It's been now, he's 31 years old. The Chinese government to say that he is 31 years old and college graduate, has a job, and his family members, do not want to be disturbed. I think it's absolutely baseless, because from what we know, even his siblings are not allowed to visit and meet him, right? Like regular siblings. Parents are not allowed. Parents and siblings are all kept apart in various parts of China. So they can meet only with the permission of the Chinese government once or twice a year. Even their family visits are not allowed, right? And if he's actually free, if he doesn't want to be disturbed, we would like to see him in Ottawa. Let him appear before the, special committee on Canadian-China relationship, and let him speak his mind. Let his parents come. Let his siblings come. Right? Absolutely, we are very worried about his whereabouts, and to be disappeared for 25 years is a gross violation of human rights.
Thank you, Siew Kyung La. So I want to just build upon that and ask you a bit about the state of basic religious, linguistic, and cultural freedoms within the PRC. So we've heard about the Uyghurs. As a Muslim Canadian, I'm appalled by what we are hearing about the Uyghurs. But I'm also troubled by their status being a bit more well known right now than some of the other violations of basic cultural and religious and linguistic freedoms, such as those that relate to your community. So the Buddhist temples, which are ostensibly open in China, not being allowed to permit a display of his picture of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, a man who is an honorary citizen of our country. The fact that Larungar and Yarchengar in the Kham province in eastern Tibet, where thousands of monks and nuns received their training, were literally decimated by the PRC. The fact that in January 2016, Tashi Wangchuk, a language advocate who promotes the use and the instruction of Tibetan language, was arrested and then subsequently convicted against the pleas of many international countries, Canada included. So can you please tell us a little bit about the current state of affairs regarding linguistic, cultural, and religious freedom of Tibetans living in the People's Republic, and what that should indicate to us in terms of the policy that we develop here in Canada, along with those international allies you mentioned we need to be developing. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. According to one report, 92% of publication in Lhasa are in Chinese language, only 8% in Tibetan language. Clearly, you can see the Chinese government investing a lot to promote Chinese language as the medium instruction, Chinese language as the main language, and undermine Tibetan language, even though constitutionally, Tibetan language ought not only to be used, but should be promoted by the Chinese government. So yes, Buddhist temples and monasteries are destroyed. You mentioned the case of Larungar and Yarchengar. You can Google Yarchengar. You can see clearly half of the infrastructure of Yarchengar is disappeared. It's flat. It just happened in the last few years as several nuns also committed suicide. Nowadays, even a monk or a nun to leave their monastery to another place, they need to seek permission. From district to district travel, they need to seek permission. Such kind of repression and the constraints are put on the Tibetan people who would like to follow their religion. Now, Tashi Wangchuk, he was simply asking for what is already guaranteed in the Chinese Constitution and Minority Nationality Act of 1984, that Tibetan language be allowed to be used as bilingual, medium of instruction. And he was chronicled by none other than New York Times, saying he was following law of the land, but he was sentenced as a separatist and he is in prison. So even those basic rights are not allowed.
Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I may have chances with other questions to go further on that. Et maintenant, c'est Monsieur Bergeron qui a 6 minutes.
6 minutes now, Mr. Bergeron. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sangay, for being with us today, even though it's very late where you are. I thank you for having taken that time. I'm sorry, and I apologize for the procedural delay that occurred at the beginning of our meeting. You know perhaps that this committee is very concerned about the situation that is presently occurring in Hong Kong. In the coming days, we'll be dealing more precisely with the situation in Hong Kong. You yourself drew a parallel between the situation in Hong Kong and Tibet with the 17 points agreement that was negotiated at the beginning of the 50s, the 1950s. There was a national security law since that has been passed and now is being adapted to Hong Kong. So what have you been seeing with this situation over the passage of time?
As I said, what happened to Tibet could happen to you. So, in Tibet, the one country, two system, which was later provided to Hong Kong, was already promised in 1951 through 17-point agreement. For example, Article 4 of the 17-point agreement said authority and status of the Dalai Lama will remain the same. Tibetan language will be allowed to use and monasteries can function as before. Any reform will happen only after consulting and seeking consent of the Tibetan people. All these were provided in the 17-point agreement. But from 1951 to 59, the Chinese government violated essentially all the provisions of the 17-point agreement. Even though this agreement was forced on us, but it was violated, right? So which forced Dalai Lama and 80,000 Tibetans to flee to exile. Now, since then, they always pass a unity law. Now, unity and autonomy, whenever it comes in conflict, unity prevails. So similarly in Hong Kong, security law is same. The security and autonomy, when it comes to conflict, security will prevail. So human rights, the freedom of speech, right to protest, all this will be secondary to the security law and security of China and Hong Kong. So hence, the dilution of one country, two system in Hong Kong is nothing surprising because it happened in Tibet before. We are very concerned, and I've said recently that Hong Kong is becoming a second Tibet. What happened in Tibet and what is happening in Tibet will surely happen in Hong Kong. So all those promises made by the Chinese government to the Tibetan people were betrayed. Similarly, that's happening in Hong Kong. So yes, there are 300,000, Hong Kongese who have Canadian residency or citizenship. Whether they be allowed to return to Canada should be positively considered. Like the government of United Kingdom.
Mr. Bergeron.
On the basis of your assessment of the situation in Hong Kong, how can you, with any hope, apply any type of agreement with the government of the People's Republic of China? What type of international pressure would have to be brought to bear on the People's Republic of China to be able to draw up a new agreement with Tibet? Would it be possible? Would it be credible? Would it be able to pass the necessary test of time?
Every small gesture or major initiative will matter. Passing a motion in the Canadian Parliament saying that the one country, two system of Hong Kong should prevail, violation should be condemned, and moving to the UN Human Rights Council, passing a resolution on Hong Kong, and having a coordinated approach with other countries to do similar things in the Parliament, and passing, acts in the different governments and executive orders that in the one country, two system of Hong Kong should be upheld. All this should be, recorded so that there's a reference. When it happened to Tibet in 1950s, many countries felt the same. They did not, support us at the United Nations. Of course, we passed 3 resolutions. Thereafter, they did not. And the Canadians and all of the governments, essentially, they did not put anything on the record. So more noise you can make, more resolutions you can pass, more hearings you can have, more opinion piece you can publish in newspapers will be very helpful. Eventually, democracy is inevitable. We must push China to embrace democracy, and human rights should be guaranteed. So eventually it will all happen. But for that to happen, coordinated approach and bilateral approach to press on Chinese government is very, very important.
Mr. Bergeron, vous reste
You have 15 seconds left, Mr. Bergeron. Yeah, well, 15 seconds, I think that would be unreasonable to continue my exchange. It would be a lack of respect on my part. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Sangay, for joining us at this late hour where you are. It's a pleasure to meet you in this way. I was very interested in your idea of a solution involving dialogue between your organization or the Tibetan people and the government of China, based on, and it seems to me, you're looking at the 17-point agreement not necessarily as a blueprint, but as at least a model that was attempted and agreed upon by both sides. But it involved the autonomy for Tibet, but it also stipulated that the Tibetans recognized Chinese sovereignty over Tibet, etc. So that is the model, which, as you talked about, one country, two systems. That is the kind of thing that's been in Hong Kong since 1997. So that idea that you call the middle way seems as a direction towards a solution. Is there any support for that outside? You're suggesting Canada should perhaps adopt that formally or support that. Is there support for that from other countries at the moment, or is that something that you're working on as part of your ongoing interactions internationally?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Harris. Yes, when President Obama met with His Holiness Dalai Lama in 2014 and 16, both times White House, issued a press statement supporting middle way approach of the Tibetan people. Not only they supported, they applauded the middle way approach. And in the European Parliament also, many of the members have, moved motion. And several countries, 17 or 18 countries, parliaments. So parliamentarians have issued statements in various parliaments as well. In fact, at the Canadian Senate, there is a motion to support middle way approach. So middle way approach is essentially to say that the Chinese government should end repression of the Tibetan people and guarantee genuine autonomy of the Tibetan people within the framework of the Chinese constitution. Then, separation of Tibet will not be sought. So that is what we are seeking. So yes, any kind of motion, statement will help. Otherwise, what the Chinese officials are doing in Tibet is they are violating all kinds of human rights, but they act with impunity because no one says anything. So unless you come to support the people in East Turkestan or Xinjiang or Hong Kong and Taiwan and Tibet, they act with impunity and they think they can get away with it. So now there is reassessment of China policy all over the world, including in Canada. So yes, one must be assertive, as far as your principles and values are concerned.
Can I ask you another question, which arises from some of the background information we were giving, because it talks about Tibetan ethnic Tibetans outside of the Tibetan Autonomous Region, which the government of China recognizes, but there are Tibetans in a number of other provinces as well. And how do they fit into your narrative and your proposed solution of the middle way?
Yes, I think they are Tibetans because, the traditional definition of Tibet is Uyghur, Kham, and Amdo. These are the three traditional provinces of Tibet. Now, for example, Amdo is mainly Qinghai and Gansu provinces of China. And that's where His Holiness Dalai Lama was born, which is outside of Tibet Autonomous Region. So my father comes from, Kham, which is now presently in Sichuan province. So to say that Tibet is only Tibet Autonomous Region is to say Dalai Lama is not Tibetan or my father was not a Tibetan, right? So we all are Tibetans. So what we seek is in the genuine autonomy, administrative authority over Tibetan people because they have same language, same culture, same spirituality, and same even terrain and territory. It's all mountainous region. So hence to have one administrative structure is more efficient and capable. So yes, Chinese government sometimes say, oh, what Tibetans are asking is 1/4 of China. This is unreasonable. Dalai Lama is unreasonable. No, we are not unreasonable because historically that's where Tibetans lived and that's where Tibetans are living now. So Dalai Lama is a Tibetan. My father, late father, also is a Tibetan. So that's the Tibetan plateau.
So there's both then the human rights issue, which has to do with the suppression of the culture and the religion, but also this issue of autonomy as it relates to Tibetans in the Tibetan Autonomous Region, but also elsewhere. So that
definitely
that provides some complications, I should think, should it?
No, the human rights situation of Tibetans in whole of the Tibetan plateau is same. The economic marginalization is similar, environmental destruction is similar, even Chinese government says Tibet Autonomous Region and then other areas of Tibetan area, adjacent areas are all Tibetan Autonomous Prefectures and Tibetan Autonomous Counties. So Chinese government also called them Tibetan Autonomous Areas. So essentially, Chinese government recognized them as same Tibetan area. It's just that they have carved them and put in, different Chinese provinces.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
That's not an impediment, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And now we go on to the second round. Ms. Ollislev, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you so very much for being here, especially since it is so late. And my apologies that I don't have any phrases in Tibetan, but I will say in English how important it is and how much we support you and Tibet in the cause. Because as you said, Tibet is the first casualty and that none of us are immune. And so we need to provide that support not only to Tibet, but to ensure that we don't lose our freedoms in the same course as well. I wanted to ask you, on the 19th of December, the Americans passed the Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act that required Department of State to deny visas for Chinese officials involved in restricting access to Tibet for U.S. officials and journalists, etc. I wondered if you could speak to that a bit and give us an idea of whether or not, from your perspective, it has achieved the objective that it was meant to achieve, and if it is an effective tool and something that that we perhaps should be considering.
Thank you for that question. Yes, Tibet, was the first case, and when Tibet was occupied and human rights violations took place, many people, many leaders thought they could keep quiet in Tibet and they can make deals with the Chinese government. Later, they realized that what happened in Tibet is now happening in Xinjiang with all this million detention. The party secretary of Tibet Autonomous Region was sent to Xinjiang to implement what he did in Tibet. So the architect of situation in Tibet and Xinjiang, is the same. Similarly, yes, Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act was passed by the Congress, which essentially says that for scholars, journalists, or diplomats, a lot of tourists even come from China to America and from Tibet, but Chinese embassies and consulates don't give visas for Canadian researchers, Canadian students, even Canadian tourists, Canadian diplomats to go to Tibet. So this Reciprocal Access Act simply says, look, if you want to come to Canada, we welcome you, but you must give similar access to Canadians who go to Tibet, right? If you don't do that, this is a basic violation of human rights. And if there are Chinese officials who violate human rights, who torture Tibetans, they act with impunity. They think they can get away with it because no one will talk about it. then the American government is saying, we will deny you visa to come to America, right? So they have named some officials of, East Turkestan who violated human rights, of Uyghur people. Similarly, that's what we are saying, that similar things should happen. For example, 2018 was a year of tourism between Canada and China. How many Chinese came to Canada? But how many Tibetans came from Tibet to Canada? Almost zero, because even 1% of Tibetans in Tibet are not allowed to have passports. Even those few thousand who had passport, who came to India for pilgrimages, when they returned to Tibet, their passports were confiscated, right? So one Tibetan blogger wrote, for Tibetans, they have a better chance of going to heaven than get a passport from the Chinese government. So Reciprocal Access Act simply says, yes, Canadians should be allowed to go to Tibet, right? Similarly, Tibetans should be allowed to come to Canada, and researchers especially. Now, the Freedom House says, the Syria is the least free region in the whole world, and second least free region in the whole world is Tibet. Now, how many people know about it? Not many, because journalists are not allowed to go to Tibet to investigate the situation. That's why 50 independent experts, UN experts, from 30 UN special procedure mandate holders have written to the Chinese government, allow them to go to Hong Kong, give them access to Tibet. They want to do research, but Chinese government says no. Even visas are used to blackmail, scholars to write their research papers favorable to the Chinese government and unfavorable to the Canadian government in Tibet.
So from your perspective, it is the beginning of an effective tool.
Yes, definitely. It's a deterrence, So when a Chinese official, is about to violate or torture a Tibetans or Uyghurs or the Hong Kongese, then they will think twice and say, hey, if my, son or daughter has to study in Canada or America, I better not torture because my visa could be denied, right? Or a Chinese, a Canadian journalist will come and investigate this issue and report about it, So otherwise, they're acting with impunity. So this is a small deterrence, but nonetheless a necessary one.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alislev and Dr. Sangay. And now, Mr. Prajaketas, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Sangay, for being here and your advocacy on behalf of so many. It's an honor to engage with you this afternoon. I do have a question relating to the specifics of President Xi. Is the Tibetan experience markedly different under Mr. Xi than it has been under previous Chinese leaders? Certainly, the Tibetan experience is one of enormous difficulty. Human rights suppression has defined what the Tibetan people have faced in the Tibetan Autonomous Region for decades. We acknowledge that, and that is extremely clear. But have things taken a decidedly different path under President Xi, or is it simply a continuation of previous Chinese policy? Could you comment on that?
Yes, I think the situation of Tibetans, have been bad. So, so it could get, more bad, But under Xi Jinping, in the last 10 years or so, it has gone from bad to worse. The repression is so severe. The technological control, the manual control of the Tibetan people, movements are restricted. So that way, I think the human rights violation is very, very severe. Before, Tibetans in Tibet could listen to, illegally though, listen to news from outside. But nowadays, it's all shut down. Tibetans to travel outside of Tibet, as I said, not allowed. Tibetans to move from one place to another is not allowed. So, the social credit system, which is implemented in China, where everything is photographed, everything is, reduced to algorithm. Now, in Tibet, if your social credit system is low, you go to jail. In China, you are denied a plane ticket or train ticket, but in Tibet, you go to jail. So yes, situation in Tibet has gone from bad to worse in the last decade or so.
Thank you very much. I do want to ask you another question, and it offers you an opportunity to clarify. There are those in China, particularly within the Chinese leadership, that will say that if you look at the economic aid that has been contributed to the Tibetan Autonomous Region, excuse me. The investment is equivalent to about $100 billion since the annexation of Tibet in 1951. Chinese subsidies have funded substantial transportation and hydropower projects that have resulted in a local economic growth rate over the past 2 decades that exceeds the national average. I'm reading a briefing note prepared to us by the extraordinary analysts that we have from the Library of Parliament. This is not their view. This is a view that, as I said before, some in the Chinese state put forward. What would you say to that? Because it is something that is brought up by the Chinese leadership. And what would you say also, because I'll run out of time and I won't get a chance to ask the third question, so I'll put it here, to concerns that have been expressed by China about secessionist tendencies within the Tibetan movement. Do you have a response to both of those? Again, I am very sympathetic to Tibetan calls for greater human rights, certainly, but I think this offers an opportunity for you to clarify here to the committee and to Canadians watching on these 2 points.
Yes. If Chinese government is so confident in what they're saying, they have given more subsidies, economic development benefits to Tibetan people, then let's have referendum, Let Tibetans in Tibet choose a Tibetan leader and Chinese leader. Let them vote. I'm absolutely certain, hands down, Tibetans in Tibet will vote for a Tibetan leader, right? Because, you can now, if you want to go into details, subsidies, where are they going? So many Chinese migrants are moving to Tibet, right? 90% of businesses and enterprises in Lhasa, the capital city of Tibet, are controlled by Chinese people. So all the hydropower you are mentioning are owned or run by Chinese companies and Chinese officials. And how are Tibetans benefiting? All the minerals extracted from Tibet are benefiting Chinese officials, not Tibetan people. So, even Panchen Lama, who we were talking about, Ten Lama, who was the vice chairman of National People's Congress, said, few days before he died, he said, Chinese government has benefited more after the occupation of Tibet than the Tibetan people. So all these promises that they say the Tibetan people have benefited are proven wrong as per the statement of Panchen Lama, who was the vice chairman of the National People's Congress. So clearly, they talk about all these things, subsidies and all, but most of them goes to the Chinese migrants who moved to Tibet to own businesses.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Dr. Sangay. I want to thank you very, very much for being here today. I have to say you have a very impressive resume, your work in Asia, as well as your studies in the United States and elsewhere, and of course your election as well. I want to go back to something that you had mentioned earlier about China's growing role in the United Nations, and you had touched on its infiltration of certain very key spots. One, of course, is its ability now to oversee some of the reporters and investigating on the human rights file. How do you think this is going to impact Tibet and the hearing that Tibet has received both at the United Nations and in publications around the world?
Yes, if you investigate United Nations and different agencies of the United Nations, you will see a lot of Chinese personnel in key positions. So if, let's say, Tibetans want to move a resolution at the Human Rights Council, extremely difficult. If you want to register a Tibetan NGO at the United Nations, not allowed. And then, I've been to country after country. For example, Australia, when I first visited, the talk was whether then Foreign Minister of Australia will meet with me or not. Next time when I went there, he has become a consultant for the Chinese government. And when I went to Norway, the key person, who discouraged meeting between Dalai Lama and the Norwegian leadership was then Foreign Minister of Norway, right? Yeah. Next time when I went, I found out that he has become the president of World Economic Forum, right? How did he get there, right? So, you go, so I've been to so many countries, ministers after ministers are, either brainwashed or pressured or co-opted by the Chinese government. So, why, even the coronavirus pandemic, why the WHO president, was in China shaking hands with Xi Jinping when, the reports were delayed. And according to one report, that 95% of the pandemic could have been prevented had the Chinese government informed the international community 3 weeks prior to, ahead of what the Chinese government did later. So they are master in co-opting leadership at every level. So I think there is, if you check YouTube, there is a song, a group of children wearing traditional dresses singing a song in praise of One Belt, One Road initiative. Now you realize that this is a youth leadership forum of, I think, UNICEF, right? And the song that they sing was a rip-off of, Coca-Cola advertisement of 1980s, So how can you have a youth leadership training by an UN agency singing a song in praise of One Belt, One Road initiative of the Chinese government, Mainly because there was a key Chinese official who was in charge of the leadership training, So Chinese influence is everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and we see that elite capture here, and I know there's pressure afoot to have government officials who have worked on the China file to have a cooling off period, so they cannot immediately go to work for the Chinese regime once they leave government service, whether they are politicians or public servants. Could you talk to me a little bit about, I think I have a minute, the chair's doing, I have about a minute. Could you actually talk to me a little bit about what is life like on the ground in Tibet in terms of Tibetans getting news, transmitting that news? I know there's a problem all over China where the state controls news outlets, but your people are folks that are looking for information and to get the word out. Do they get that information in Tibet? Can they share it, or does the state really close things off there as well?
In about 20 seconds, please.
Very difficult. If there's a small protest in one village or a town, the whole internet is shut down.
Yeah.
So very repressive, technological control. Having said that, mouth to mouth, right? So when relatives talk to each other, you have to talk in code, code language. So that's how you pass information. Otherwise, technologically and manually, Tibetan plateau and Tibetan people is repressed and absolutely controlled.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Williamson. And now Ms. Zan, 5 minutes. Please unmute your mic. Ms. Zan. I'm not hearing Ms. Zan. So what I think I'll do, if members haven't got a problem with this, I'm going to go on for the moment to Mr. Bergeron, and then I'll return to Ms. Zan. Maybe she's having a technical problem. I'll give the opportunity if she reappears. Alors, second, I'll switch to French, excuse me. Alors,
So, Mr. Bergeron, you have 2.5 minutes. I don't think that he's here either. Oh, here he is. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, we always have this same problem, muting, unmuting, that doesn't work. That being said, I don't want to tell Mr. Sangay of all our technical problems, but I've been listening to Mr. Sangay's answers to the different questions that are being asked to him. Notably his answers regarding Hong Kong. And it seems to me that there is not much hope. And so I would like to go back to the question that I had asked previously. How can we maintain hope that we can reach an agreement that will be satisfactory for Tibetan and Chinese authorities?
Always remain hopeful. Things change all the time, right? Nelson Mandela was in prison for 27 years and 8 years in solitary confinement, But he was released and he is restored, democracy in South Africa. Northern Ireland, people of same faith were killing each other for so long, but Good Friday Agreement was signed. Berlin Wall came down and Soviet Union collapsed. So there are so many examples around the world that things do change. We must keep at it. So we must keep speaking. Every hearing, every motion, every statement counts. So, Tibet was the first, and it was neglected by the whole world. And the price that we are paying in Hong Kong, everywhere, including in Canada, is because you refuse to speak once, and that's the price you are paying. So silence is complicit. So, we lost our country. Our Tibetan people are repressed, but we are still hopeful because our civilization based on Buddhism, which is 2,500 years old, and Communist Party and communism is 100 years old only. So comparatively, we are very mature and old and, senior to Communist Party of China. So communism has come and will be gone, and Buddhism and Tibetan civilization will prevail, and Tibetan plateau will prevail, and democracy and human rights of people in Hong Kong will be restored. So we must keep at it, So that's why I'm here after midnight, because this is a struggle. That's why the term struggle is very important. It's a struggle. Every minute, every day is a struggle. But one should always remain hopeful and, keep moving forward. We will get there. Truth always prevails.
Merci de vos paroles sages, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Now I'll transfer to English.
We'll go to Ms. Zan, who I now see on the screen. And I don't, but hopefully she's there. Ms. Zan, there you go. Ms. Zan for 5 minutes, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead. We can hear you, yes. I think she's having difficulty with her connection because I see that her face, her image is frozen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Can you hear us? Can you go ahead with your question, please? I think we'll have to, I'm afraid we'll have to carry on. I'm sorry, Ms. Zan's having a problem.
Actually, I think I'm here now.
Please please go ahead with your question.
I'm so sorry, but my internet keeps cutting out. Just want to say hello, and Sikyong, it's so nice to meet you virtually. Here, I'm calling today from Nova Scotia on the East Coast, and we have a large Buddhist community here in my riding in Truro area, and also in Halifax. We have approximately 2,200 Buddhists and 3 centers. So many people are concerned about what's happening with Tibet. And I know many people would be very pleased to hear you today and say that we will do our best to try and support your issues and the problems that are going on with China. I'd like to ask you, what is happening with regards to the healthcare, with regards to the pandemic in Tibet? We're not hearing too much about that. So how are people being looked after, and what is going on?
It's so good to see you virtually. I do come to Halifax Security Forum every year, so I hope to come even this November and meet the Buddhist community as well,
Excellent. I will come and meet you.
Sure. When we have this, muting and unmuting problem, technological problem, we all should know it's all because of coronavirus, which originated in China, right? So, so if there's something called karma, something should happen pretty soon in a good way. That is the resolution of the Tibetan people. Now, after the coronavirus and spread all over China, it's odd that, if you look at the trajectory or the trend around the world, it doesn't restrict to one place. But in China, it restricted to mainly in Wuhan and the extended province, right? It did not spread all over China. So, there is a growing suspicion that the information was suppressed. So it infected more people And that's why, when Chinese people started, traveling outside, then from Europe to America and Canada, and it started infecting more people. Now, as far as Tibet is concerned, it's very interesting. So as per the Chinese report, 101 Tibetans were infected, all cured, no one died. Now, we know for a fact that from one county, we know at least more than a dozen people were infected and several Tibetans died, just from one county. But after March 18th, nothing, no information came from inside Tibet. Everything was shut down. So they took advantage of the pandemic and they have resorted to more repressive policies in the Tibetan plateau. So you know that 154 Tibetans have committed self-immolation since 2009, right? So which means the situation in Tibet is so desperate that Tibetan people are resorting to self-immolation. Now, even cases of, sometimes we get cases of self-immolation, but we never get the details because it's repressed. It's absolutely controlled. So even coronavirus and health issue, extremely difficult to know. Since March 18, we have no information whatsoever. So that means Tibetan plateau is completely shut down as far as, health-related or coronavirus-related information is concerned.
Thank you. I wanted to also ask you about the Indian-Chinese skirmishes along the border. I know that in May and June there were these deadly skirmishes, and so what is CAT's view of these skirmishes, and what impact did these have on China's military presence in Tibet?
Yes, in the Indo-Tibet border, right? So we say Indo-Tibet border now. The Chinese government says Indo-China border. So it's like 3,500 kilometers long border. So not even 1 kilometer of land border was there between India and China. So Tibet acted as the buffer zone between India and China. Hence, there was relative peace because they never met face to face. So since the occupation of Tibet, the Chinese army has moved to the border now. It's called LAC, Line of Actual Control. The agreement was that there will be no violence or no gunfighting. So all the guns, even for army personnel, the gun has to be pointed down. But this time, the Chinese side used violence and killed, 20 Indian soldiers and injured, more than 100, right? Using batons and all kinds of weapons, So for the first time in 40 years, there was violence and there were deaths. So it has created a lot of anxiety and element of resentment, even in India. So I've appeared in 40-some television shows of India and reminded them it was always Indo-Tibet border.
Doctor, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but thank you, Ms. Zan. That's the end of your time. And I would ask members to, maybe I don't think I did that, but I don't think we should be using the symbols about the clapping and the thumbs up and so forth. We can express, when that's our term, of course, but so that may have been up by mistake in your case, Ms. Zan, because you had problems obviously with the technical. Okay, it's appearing on the screen. I'm not sure what. Oh, I think it's my fault. Pardon me. It's entirely my fault. It's my mistake. And now I'm on to Mr. Harris for 2.5 minutes. I apologize.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, Dr. Sangay, let me just say that I wish to acknowledge everywhere. I know it's the long and uncertain road, but you have offered very great hope, and I think that's a very positive thing. I'd like to understand a little better what your organization and how that has evolved since the Dalai Lama and the leadership of your organization has gone in not a different direction, but has separated out in terms of authority. What was the purpose for that, and how has that been effective in advancing the cause of Tibetan people?
Yeah, Central Tibet Administration, which my administration is called. The head of the administration was always His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and in 2011 he separated the church, the state, and devolved all his political authority. And in 2011, I took over as the political leader. And then our administration functions like any other government. So we have an education department which runs about 70 or so, nearly 70, 80 some schools. And the Department of Religion and Culture oversees about 250 monasteries and nunneries, and our own health system, our own settlements have a mayor-like system. So we run like any other government. This building where I am is the Information and International Relations building. We have 13 offices like embassies all over the world. And then, I'm grateful to the Canadian government for providing funding for education of Tibetan children in South Asia. So we educate our own children. So this is a self-sustaining, quite efficiently run administration. So if you compare to any refugee community anywhere in the world, you will find the most efficient one is the Central Tibetan administration. So we provide education up to high school and provide scholarship to children to go to colleges. And we provide, welfare to people who are poor, who are sick. We have old age homes and monasteries and nunneries, preserve and promote our spirituality and our culture and language. So, and our finance department runs, financial services, including like bank-like system. Yes, so we run like any other government. So we provide a very good service to the Tibetan people. For example, our literacy rate is 94%.
Doctor, I apologize for interrupting again. I'm afraid we're over Mr. Harris's time, and I thank Mr. Harris. Now, we started a bit later than planned. I hope I had in mind that we would go as a result of that to about 4:45, if that's acceptable. I mean, I'm trying to manage that we have the sort of equal amounts for each of the two witnesses and balance the time of, and this would, I think, allow for one more set, 5 minutes for the Conservatives and one for the Liberals. I hope that will be acceptable to members. And then we'll go on to we'll have to pause for 5 to 7 minutes between witnesses. And then at the end of the meeting or end of the next witness, we'll have to pause for about 15 minutes, I'm told. So I'm trying to manage all this time. I don't see anyone objecting, so I'll carry on to Mr. Jennis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think Dr. Sangay will mind this.
Mr. Jennis, we're having problems with your with the sound. Can you just check your microphone there?
Yes, how's that?
Oh, much better, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I don't think Dr. Sangay will mind me doing this if instead of asking him questions, I actually want to take this round, and I think it will maybe take about 5 minutes to move a motion that reflects one of his asks, and I think it would be a matter of consensus for the committee. So I want to move that this committee call for dialogue between the Central Tibetan Administration and the government of the People's Republic of China with the view to allowing the exercise of genuine autonomy for Tibet within the framework of the Chinese Constitution, and report this motion to the House. So I'm moving that.
Hearing your chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate on the motion? Thank you for asking me to unmute.
Chair,
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I wonder, is this going to be, I thought we were doing a study and we're going to hear from people and make some decisions afterwards. It seems to be a bit unusual that we would, in the middle of a witness testimony, have a motion on something that may require some further thought, or other people might have some comments. And I'm not objecting to the particular motion as such, but just procedurally, this seems to be a bit unusual.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I believe the motion is in order. Of course, if members wish to debate it or not is up to members. Is anyone? I don't see anyone else seeking to debate the motion.
Could I
yes?
raise an issue, Chair?
Well, I have Mr. Oliphant, and then I have Mr. Varani, and then I have après ça, excusez-moi, et après ça, Monsieur.
And after that, Mr. Bergeron.
I would be speaking generally in favor of this motion. I'm not disagreed with it, and I think that it is the spirit of it is absolutely correct. And I don't think this is. I think this is one issue that there is very little daylight among our parties. That we are all concerned about Tibet and human rights. And when you look over the last 20 years, over the various governments, we've been fairly consistent regardless of what party has been in power and where we're at. I do agree, however, with Mr. Harris that I'm worried that it feels a little premature. We've just started really a little bit more on human rights. We were going to do a fairly in-depth set of discussions around the various human rights issues. And I would feel personally a bit more comfortable if we had a little more witness testimony and then sorted out our plan about how we're going to address these issues publicly in the House and make decisions. Again, not against it, but it seems to me that it doesn't give us time to really look at the whole picture and whether or not it is timely. I mean, it's always timely to discuss human rights in Tibet, but is this the best time for a motion to come from this committee?
Mr. Virani.
So 3 points, Mr. Chair. So building on what Mr. Oliphant just mentioned, I think the position of various Canadian governments are exactly that. The dialogue and the Sino-Tibetan dialogue needs to restart. That's been consistent. But I also think there's a fundamental misunderstanding amongst large parts of the Canadian populace about what the middle way approach is. So that's the first point of concern about just having people have a better understanding of what would be in the content of a motion. The second point is that Dr. Sangay very rightfully raised a number of issues that bear a lot of scrutiny and a lot of understanding and consideration by this committee about what a potential motion might look like. So such as things like reciprocal access and things like other nations that have passed legislation that relates to this principle of reciprocity. And the third issue that was raised was that the commonality with various different human rights causes, such as Hong Kong, the Uyghurs, Taiwanese, with the Tibetan cause. So in my view, having as broad and as sweeping an analysis before putting forward a motion might be the best way forward, because I think it's clear that from Dr. Sangay's testimony, what we are upon is an opportune time to shine a light on human rights abuses, but doing that with a more of a multilateral approach, bringing in multiple issues and multiple stakeholders and multiple nations. Thank you.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Chair, I want to join my voice to those of my colleagues who preceded me. I want to say that first, in principle, I'm in agreement with the motion. Common sense tells us that we have to support such a motion, but I also need to express some caveats as to the timeliness of the motion, the time when we are moving the motion. Like Mr. Genuis was saying, we were intending to have several meetings on the situation of Tibet. This motion maybe isn't complete enough with respect to everything that we would like to recommend to the government concerning the specific situation of Tibet. We don't want to get into a debate amongst ourselves in front of Mr. Sangay. But, you know, when you have a fait accompli presented with a motion presented by the members of the committee, I think ultimately we should try to avoid this type of process. We don't want to hinder the climate of trust in the committee, which will allow us to pursue or review our study further. We don't want to find ourselves again facing this situation, and particularly in the presence of Mr. Sangay, having to discuss something like this. I want to assure Mr. Sangay that I fully support his recommendations that there has to be a dialogue between the People's Republic of China and the Tibetan authorities. But since we intend to get into greater depth on the situation of Tibet, I think that this motion might be a little incomplete at this moment in the context of the recommendations that we intend to make to the government at the end of our study. Thank you.
Need to be clear on the specifics of this motion. This motion is simply calling for dialogue between the Central Tibetan Administration and the People's Republic of China, with a view toward allowing the exercise of genuine autonomy for Tibet within the framework of the Chinese Constitution. And we're reporting this motion to the House. So absolutely, we would want to, at a later date, do other studies, and because it is an important topic. And our next study is not this. Our next study, depending on what we decide, is on Hong Kong, and we will look at other things as well. So for us at this moment to say that we don't have enough information, or that we would need to do a further study to be able to call for dialogue, I'm quite disconcerted about that. So I would like to say, ask my honorable colleagues to vote in favor of this motion, which is not in any way precluding us from doing further studies, but simply shows our commitment to the situation in Tibet by calling for dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Mr. Jennis, Mr. Oliphant, and I think I saw Mr. Harris's hand. No. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I struck from the list. Ms. Alslav made the points I want to make.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oliphant.
I would just reiterate, we are not against, I am not, and I have, it's hard for us to communicate virtually. Normally I would actually call a timeout and do that kind of a little bit of a caucus, and we're not able to do that. But I do want to have it very clearly stated that we are obviously in favor of this sort of dialogue, and but we are also very clear about how our committee processes should be fair, and we didn't have an understanding that this motion would come today. I don't think that is fair, and I think that we will have the right time to make a set of motions on a set of the very important human rights issues that we will then have a great deal of credibility as a committee to make, and will be heard well.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order. If there's unanimous consent of the committee, I would suggest that if there's agreement, that we suspend discussion of this motion until after Mr. Mulroney's testimony. I think the issue is fairly straightforward, but I do see value in moving forward with it today. But if there's unanimous consent to defer discussion of this until after Mr. Mulroney's testimony, I think that will give members a little bit of extra time to reflect on it if that's what they're looking for.
All right. I did have Mr. Harris, but I think I'll go to the question of whether there's unanimous consent. Does someone disagree? Mr. Harris, I think, wishes to speak on this.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, look, my question was not based on the procedural issue is obviously in order, as the chair pointed out. I mean, are we moving into a point, and I'm afraid that we may, that we're going to do one-offs, ad hoc motions all the way through. This is the Canada-China Committee. We're not doing a Canada-China relations. We're struck to come up with a response on the whole issue of Canada-China relations. This is an aspect of it. We're not doing a study on Tibet. We aren't doing a study on Hong Kong. We're hearing witnesses on Hong Kong. It's all part of the relationship between Canada and China, and they are intertwined. So I just don't, and I have no problem with the motion, by the way. Obviously, a dialogue would be a positive thing. Although I did hear two different motions from Ms. Aliyazov and Mr. Jennis, but that's beside the point. I think we should decide whether we're going to have this piecemeal approach to our work or not. I mean, that's a fundamental way of proceeding as a committee, because we can have one of these after each witness if it suits someone to bring a motion. I don't think that that's a very positive way for our committee to work.
Not seeing any further requests to take part in the debate, I'll call upon the clerk to proceed with the recorded vote. On Mr. Jennis's motion, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I believe Peter Fragiskatos wanted to participate in the debate.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay, I'm not seeing all the hands, perhaps. Mr. Fragiskatos?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just say, I mean, we have Dr. Sangay here. With all due respect to Mr. Jennis, we've now eaten up, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. The meeting has gone very well up to this point. He's been able to answer thoughtful questions and enlighten the committee. I've learned a great deal. I wish we would have continued in that vein. I would just very politely suggest to my colleague, Mr. Jennis, bring this back to the committee through the proper avenues, make us aware ahead of time, and we can discuss the matter then. I don't see the need to continue to discuss it here and now, and certainly not later today. We can continue the meeting as originally planned. That would be my view.
I don't see anyone further wishing to speak at this time, and
is it in order to table the motion, Chair? Is in order to have a motion to table that motion?
I'm going to have to check that question. I'll look. I'll just have a quick check on that with the clerk. Sorry about that, folks. Mr. Harris, are you? Do you wish to move to adjourn the debate, because that's what I think you're trying to do?
No, what I suggested was the suggestion is that we deal with it later, that we not deal with it now, and tabling a motion is normally a way to do that in various meetings so that there won't be a vote. I'm loath to vote against the motion that I favor, so it's a one way of saying that, look, this is not an appropriate time to be dealing with this.
But I'm interpreting that to say that you wish to move to adjourn the debate, which is the proper motion.
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Albus.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate it, but he's clearly not wanting to table a motion. So let's just leave it on the table and let the process go forward.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I ask just one point of clarification?
Mr. Varani,
yeah, just as a point of clarification, are there normally rules in this committee with respect to providing notice, like 48 hours notice on a votable motion, or not?
There are rules about votable motions, of course. However, when a matter is before the committee, a motion can be brought in relation to a matter that is before the committee. And Mr. Oliphant.
I would make that motion to adjourn debate on this motion as the most appropriate way to do effectively what Jack has suggested, which is to come back to it later. That's the way we do that in a committee. And so I, at this point, would move that we adjourn debate on this motion.
Okay, I ask the clerk to proceed with a recorded vote on Mr. Oliphant's motion.
Motion to adjourn debate. Mr. Fragascatos.
Yes.
Mr. Oliphant.
Yes.
Miss Yip.
Yes.
Miss Zan.
Yes.
Mr. Albus.
No.
Miss Alice Lev.
No.
Mr. Jennis.
No.
Mr. Williamson.
No.
Mr. Bergeron.
You're on mute, Mr. Bergeron. Yes.
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. We will now, I think it's time for me to thank our witness, Dr. Sangay. I know that all members have appreciated having you here. We're very honored to have you, and thank you, especially to have you at what is now well after midnight. So it's been very gracious of you to be with us at such a late hour and to give us so much of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the chair, to the chair and the committee members for this opportunity. Great honor to be on your committee.
Thank you very much. We will now have to suspend for a few minutes as we prepare for the next witness. welcome back. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of the new witness. Before speaking, please wait until I recognize you by name. When you are ready to speak, you can click on the microphone icon to activate your mic. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Interpretation in this video conference will work very much like in a regular committee meeting. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. As you are speaking, if you plan to alternate from one language to the other, you will need to also switch the interpretation channel so it aligns with the language you are speaking. You may want to allow for a short pause when switching languages. When you are not speaking, your mic should be on mute. The use of headsets is strongly encouraged. And it's now my pleasure to welcome our witness as an individual, Mr. David Mulroney, former Ambassador of Canada to the People's Republic of China. Mr. Mulroney, you have 7 to 10 minutes to make an opening statement. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this second opportunity to meet with you. I'd like to begin by summarizing the points I had intended to make in my original appearance, updating them where necessary, and offering some ideas about first steps in getting to smarter engagement of China. It will soon be 2 years since our current China crisis began with the arrest of Meng Wanzhou, followed by China's retaliatory seizure of Canadian citizens Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. Since then, we've also seen death sentences imposed on Canadians Robert Schellenberg and Fan Wei in circumstances suggesting yet more retaliation. And today brings news that yet another Canadian, Mr. Xu Weihong, is facing the death penalty in China. Beijing has also resorted to economic blackmail against some of our exports. As these events have unfolded, we've also witnessed China's growing repression in many places. Dr. Lobsang Sangay has just described the grim situation in Tibet. In Hong Kong, since your last meeting, Beijing has now completed its demolition of the one country, two systems commitment it made to the people of the territory. China's steady assault on the faith, freedom, and dignity of the Uyghur people has transformed Western Xinjiang into a prison camp, a place where China perfects and advertises the technology of the 21st century surveillance state. Since your last meeting, we've learned that China is enforcing coercive birth control, including abortion, on Uyghur women. Impatient with cultural genocide in Xinjiang, China now appears to be experimenting with the real thing. China's repression resonates personally among Canadians from Hong Kong and among those of Tibetan and Uyghur origin. They fear and feel the long arm of the Chinese state, which activates harassment and intimidation here in Canada via various proxy groups. It was my hope that our government would use this period of crisis to rethink our relationship with China, to consider more clearly what China actually is, where it's going, and how this is likely to affect us. But old approaches die hard. It's not clear that the government has completely given up the fiction that China is our friend, nor has it consistently summoned the courage to speak and act with integrity. Powerfully placed Canadians continue to argue that if we appease China just one more time, all will be well. And while it's reassuring that Global Affairs now acknowledges China's, quote, long-term strategic challenge, unquote, to Canadian interests and values, which is surely the central lesson of this crisis, the same department somehow originally selected a Chinese company to provide the security technology that screens visitors to our embassies. Canada suffered more than most from China's deadly lack of transparency at the outset of the SARS epidemic in 2003, and I remember that well from my work in the Asia branch of Foreign Affairs. It was therefore troubling to hear our health minister praise China's response to the current pandemic, even as reasonable concerns about this were emerging. This isn't just an Ottawa problem. Dangerous myopia about China can also be found at the provincial and municipal levels. Last year, concerned citizens asked the city of Markham, Ontario, not to raise China's flag on its National Day, citing, among other things, China's cruel treatment of our detained Canadians. But the city ignored the protests, and China's flag rose over Markham on October 1st, just as it did over the prison camps of Xinjiang and Tibet, and over the 3 jails that hold the 2 Michaels and their long incarcerated fellow citizen, Hussein Chalil. Something's wrong here, and it has to change. People need to remember that the ultimate objective of foreign policy is not to flatter, not to obscure inconvenient truths, but to advance and protect Canadian interests and values. I am not suggesting that we insult or provoke China. Rather, I'm proposing that we begin to defend our interests reasonably and realistically by doing 2 important things. First, we need to take action, and quickly, against Chinese interference in Canada, starting with the implementation of something like Australia's Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme. Second, we need to identify a few achievable objectives to reduce our vulnerability and dependence. These could include working with allies to establish new supply chains in vulnerable sectors, launching trade diversification efforts for exports targeted by China, and working with allies on measures to frustrate China's efforts, successful so far, to take on countries one by one, to isolate and dominate. It goes without saying that this long overdue course correction must be shared with Canadians, who would be enormously reassured. It would also provide a needed sense of direction to the public service and send an encouraging message to our allies. These are reasonable first steps, but only first steps. Getting to a relationship with China that protects our interests and values will not be cost-free or easy, but it's a task we must face up to, because it's ultimately about making our way as a truly independent country in a changing world. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take questions, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mulroney, and you've assisted us by keeping your comments quite brief. We'll go to the first round now. Ms. Alislav, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much for an incredibly powerful and important conversation. I'm wondering if we could touch on your first comment around powerfully placed persons who are influencing us in terms of policy to appease China. And in your other remarks that you provided us, you identified that we have high-placed senior people who, through their connections, may have complicated relationships with China. Essentially, we do have influence here in Canada. What can we do to be able to bring that influence or mitigate that influence into the light and protect Canadian interests so that Canadians can have a clear-eyed perspective on the actual truth, as you said, about our relationship with China and the compromise and threats to our national security?
Thank you very much. And I think 2 things are happening. One, some of the people who've spoken out, some, for example, who signed that recent letter seeking to have Ms. Meng returned to China, I think simply display a kind of fatigue. The effort to remain autonomous and independent in the face of an increasingly aggressive China is great. And it worries me when I see people who are thought leaders lack that sense of energy that it takes to defend our national interests. But there's something else as well, and in fact, Dr. Lobsang Sangay spoke about it, and that's what's referred to as elite capture. For a variety of reasons, but many of them having to do with money, China has been able to capture the loyalty and attention, indeed encourage people to repeat their own talking points of elites in many countries. Australia passed the Foreign Influence Transparency Act because they were feeling the effect of this in Australia. And again, Dr. Sangay pointed to some of the transitions where people go from being ministers to being representatives of Chinese corporations. What this would do is simply request transparency. If you choose to go to work for China or for another country You can do that, but you have to be transparent about it. But if you're a leader, if you're a member of parliament, if you're a former ambassador, if you're a cabinet minister, you have an extra burden. And that is anything you do that sees you trading on the skills, the contacts, the experience you gained while you had the privilege of serving the Canadian people, anything you do to share that with a foreign power, directly or through a state-controlled company, must be transparently reported to the Australian people in that case, but should be reported to the Canadian people. In Australia,
could you also then speak to almost the inverse, where we actually have Canadian citizens, perhaps of Chinese background or not, who are being intimidated by the People's Republic of China right here in Canadian territory? What types of things could we do to protect them and also be able to have them in a position to be able to provide the truth about our relationship with China?
You know, I've spoken to Canadians of Uyghur origin. I can recall hearing from a woman who is no longer able to communicate with her children in China. I know other people who've had to say goodbye to their parents because any communication will incriminate the parents, will cause them to be incarcerated or maybe make their conditions even worse than they are. There are a number of things we can and should be doing. I talked about intimidation by proxy groups, where the government of China activates groups in the diaspora, they activate student groups, and we've seen troubling incidents both at McMaster University in Hamilton and at the University of Toronto's Scarborough College. They activate them to attempt to intimidate people from those communities. In one case, it was to suppress a Uyghur speaker in Hamilton, and another, it was to intimidate a woman of Tibetan origin who had become the president of the student council at Scarborough. That would come under the transparency scheme. If you're acting on behalf of a foreign actor, that must be disclosed. The government would have investigative powers, and there would be criminal sanctions for organizations, for people who violated that, who failed to be transparent. So it would give us a handle on this kind of intimidation by proxy.
You make an excellent point around your concern around what you would talk about as the courage for our policymakers, both elected and senior public servants, to protect the national interest. What can we do as a committee, as a society, to encourage, inspire, and almost demand of our institutions to be able to have the courage to protect the national security interests when perhaps we haven't been able to do that up to this point as effectively as we need to?
You know, my particular concern is the public service. And I've worried that since this crisis began, although we've done things like raise the travel advisory, the government is continuing to promote visits and exchanges with China, and the public service, which does that almost automatically, is quite happy to oblige. So you have to lead from the top. People learn from actions, and you also have to avoid normalizing what's happened. By not speaking about what's happening in Xinjiang often enough, we're normalizing something that is the worst human rights crisis we've seen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alislav. Mr. Fragiskatos, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mulrooney, for being here and for your work as a public servant, your contributions to the country. I do want to ask you about the view that many have taken within some media circles. I certainly hear it on the part of some opposition members. This idea that a hawkish approach towards China is what is needed. And I don't count you in that category, Mr. Mulrooney. I think yours is a view that is much more nuanced. But I do want to point your attention to something that you wrote, not recently, actually. It was when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. So this is a piece that you put forward in Policy Options in May of 2015. You were talking about the challenges of middle power and a way forward in terms of Canadian foreign policy. You said the following, and I quote, "We came to take pride in being among the first to close embassies, cut off dialogue, and impose sanctions in the face of clearly unacceptable international behavior. And while our newfound toughness made us the first to pack up and leave, our relatively small size made us among the last to be welcomed back." So what that says to me is that there's second and third order consequences to any decision. And if the advice that some have given the federal government, as I said, in media circles, and I do hear it from the conservative opposition, that a much more hawk-like approach is required vis-a-vis China. How do we prepare for possible consequences? I'm thinking to the Canadian economy, but other consequences too. Do you have any advice on that? I think of the Western provinces, for example. We heard from the Canada West Foundation, and you can't see it, but I'm looking at data that they've amassed. The increase in trade between the Western provinces, it's looking at Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and indeed British Columbia, most especially, has dramatically increased over the past 10 years. Economic consequences would certainly follow, I think, from a hawk-like approach, but we do have responsibilities to advocate for Canadian values and Canadian interests. Any thoughts on the matters that I've just raised?
Mr. Mulroney, please unmute. Mr. Mulroney.
Sorry. Thank you. What I was talking about in policy options 5 years ago is the notion that we have to be smart in our diplomacy, we have to work with allies, and we have to take measures that we can achieve. We need to be realistic. But that's not the notion that somehow speaking honestly about China is hawk-like, I think is one of the reasons why we never get to a realistic China policy. Because people say, well, I know China's doing all these things, but there's nothing we can do. There are a lot of things that we can and should be doing. One of the things that China seeks to do is to get into your head. And they get into your head and get you thinking so much about how catastrophic China's reaction will be that you actually do even less than China was concerned about. You put the red lines out further than China was concerned about. And Canada has been doing that repeatedly. The reality is that Canada has what China needs. The north of China is a virtual desert. China's agricultural land has been tainted by its pollution, its industrial pollution. China needs the products that Canada, Australia, and the United States produce. They need this over the long term, and we've got to remember this. But the other thing I'd say is China's currently posing a threat to our autonomy as a country, telling us that we can no longer enforce our extradition treaties is forcing us to change our policy. We've currently shut down our economy because we're concerned about coronavirus. A lot of environmentalists have said, I don't agree with them, that we need to shut down our energy industry to deal with climate change. What price do we put on autonomy? And I don't think we've valued it enough.
I only have a couple of minutes left, so I do want to ask you about paths forward. You talked about working with allies in your introduction. How can we effectively work with like-minded allies in a traditional middle power sense? I think there's opportunities certainly to do that, but I do worry about, again, the second and third order consequences that flow. If Canada was to, on its own, decide to close embassies, stop dialogue, impose sanctions, as some have said, and I think those ideas, they're worth considering, certainly. There's blowback potentially for Canada. Does it make sense for Canada to protect itself by aligning with other middle powers to prevent any of that, as much as possible, blowback from hitting us?
Thank you. And recall that what I was advocating was, one, taking steps to push back against Chinese interference in Canada, which is growing, and two, protecting our vulnerable supply lines, our exports. And the third thing was, indeed, working with other countries. One of the things that you will all have found working on China is how dynamic it is. The things that you were talking about before you went into recess have now changed considerably. One of the things that's changed is the number of countries that now have concerns with China. And that was a great question for Dr. Lobsang Sangay about the China-India crisis in the high Himalayas. Uncharacteristically for China, which is usually quite savvy about these things, it's picking fights with a broad range of countries. I'm going to have to stop there, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulroney, for recognizing the symbol that I was giving there. Now, just a second, I'll switch to French. Et maintenant, c'est Monsieur Bergeron pendant 6 minutes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you. I would like to come back on this question of multilateralism because the Minister of Foreign Affairs on July 3rd made the apology for this. And if something that the COVID-19 crisis has shown us, it's the limits of multilateralism. As soon as national interests of states were called into account, each state tried to preserve its own interests to the detriment of that of its allies. We even saw some allies go to obtain medical supplies to avoid that another ally would be able to get its hand on medical supplies before. So what chance do we possibly have, given what the COVID-19 crisis has shown us? What chance do we have of succeeding, of truly succeeding in creating a common front against China that will hold when national interests will be threatened, when China will implement reprisals?
Thank you. It's very interesting to watch various interpretations of multilateralism through the pandemic period. I was interested that Australia, for example, which has a much greater exposure to China economically than we do, China is its #1 partner, began as a middle power to convene other middle powers to say, let's find out what happened. Let's have an inquiry into how did this virus originate? What was the role of the World Health Organization? China didn't like it much, but Australia began to get pickup from countries that are increasingly going through some of the things that we're going through. So there's an appetite for that here. What we were doing at the time was our campaign for the non-permanent seat on the Security Council, which to my mind is the multilateralism of the 70s and 80s. New Zealand offered an even more interesting example when they listened, of course, to the World Health Organization, but they had some of their epidemiologists talk to epidemiologists in Hong Kong and in China. They went through informal networks to get their own sense of what was happening on the ground in China. It was a very creative multilateralism and a modern multilateralism that I think we need to embrace. But I think we would get a good hearing in Europe, particularly in Scandinavia, but also with the UK, with France, with Australia, New Zealand. There are more and more countries that are feeling as we feel.
J'entends ce que vous me dites.
I hear what you're saying, but when you give the example of New Zealand, it doesn't seem to plead for multilateralism, since New Zealand, as you just explained, did entertain direct relations with Chinese epidemiologists. The question is the following. As we saw, that is that states were very egotistical faced with the COVID crisis. How can we expect that the egotistical interests of states who are defending their national interests won't break a common front with regards to China as soon as China will implement some form of reprisals?
This is, of course, has been a worry. The old canard was that you shouldn't gang up on China. The result is that China, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, isolates and dominates countries one by one, with the sole exception of the United States. And it has done this to Sweden, it's done it to Norway, it's done it to Japan, Australia, New Zealand have felt this. And I think there is a growing appetite to talk about this. The other thing is, just to return to that virtue of optimism that Dr. Sangay mentioned, this is a strong suit for Canada. We're very good at convening people and motivating them and getting them to share our ideas. This should be the objective of our new multilateralism as Canada.
So what are the chances of creating a common front of middle powers and perhaps smaller powers, given the efforts made by China for the creation of this new Belt Road? Where there will be countries that will be reticent in joining a common front to discipline China when we look at reprisals that are applied individually by some countries.
I think the example of the Belt and Road is an example of how not to do things. Similarly, with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Europeans broke rank in the most undignified way to rush to be the first and certainly not the last to curry favor with Beijing. But I think there's a recognition that that's not a smart way to approach. What I would do is sit down with half a dozen countries, Australia, New Zealand certainly, but also Sweden, countries that have felt the same kind of people-to-people reprisals we felt, to say, how can we come up with common consular language when it comes to the risk you face visiting China? How can we support one another when we have one of our nationals detained? I never believe in trying to invent a really complicated set of objectives. Why don't we start simply on common measures to protect our citizens? If we had a common travel advisory, that would get China's interest and attention very quickly.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron. And now, Mr. Harris. 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mulrooney, for joining us. I think you will agree we have a very complex task in front of us dealing with the Canada-China relationship as a whole. And I don't think anyone could disagree with you that we have to be smart when we're dealing with international relations, and particularly with a country as complex as China. We're trying to put all the pieces together, I guess, and it's pretty clear that we need to have a new relationship with China. The old one is still kind of reaching out to us, though, and I wanted to draw your attention to something that may prevent us from being as independent as we'd like to be, and that's an agreement that was negotiated, I think, while you were the ambassador to China, and that's I think it has a couple of names, but mostly goes under the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, which was decried as being one-sided towards China, binds us for over 31 years, and this as a version of Chapter 11 which is one-sided towards China, and it was negotiated in secret with no consultation. I think 1 hour of discussion in Parliament. How are we going to be constrained by that in the future when we're talking about investment, heavy investment by China, particularly in mining and Western Canada energy projects?
I think one of the things we rely on and that went into the consideration of this is the net benefit and national security provisions that are part of the Investment Canada Act. We don't have to take actions that are against our national interest. And I think as we see more of China's intentions, whether it's its control of strategic minerals, whether it's rather untoward and somewhat unsettling interest in the north, in the Arctic, there's more reason to apply those principles. What the investment agreement, I think, was designed to do was to try to level the playing field for Canadian companies that had been treated abominably in China. And it did that to a certain extent. But I think the more robust application of net benefit and national security guards us against, as long as the government's willing to do it, against Chinese investments that clearly are not in our interest.
Well, sir, that's not the assessment of the very well-known trade lawyer who talked about it as one of the most seriously one-sided agreements in Canadian trade history. But I hope you're right. We haven't seen the full effects of it yet, and we'll have a long time to wait. I agree with you on the foreign influence transparency business. That has to be addressed, and unfortunately hasn't been yet by China and by other countries. We've seen an example today of the Saudi government, state actors or proxies interfering inside of Canada, and that's something that we ought to address very, very quickly. And I'm also concerned with, as you pointed out, we've had the experience of China being very heavy-handed with individual countries. I have in front of me an excerpt from the deal with Norway when a Nobel Prize was awarded to an imprisoned Chinese person for 8 years. China had nothing to do with Norway, and then in order to get back in their graces, they had to sign an agreement reiterating its commitment to one China policy, fully respects China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, attaching high importance to China's core interests and major concerns, won't support any actions that undermine them, and do its best to avoid any further damage to bilateral relations. That's a very strong act of humiliation in order to restart a free trade agreement. China has that kind of power over a country like normally independent and self-sufficient like Norway. It shows that there has to be more than just an agreement of being amongst nations. There has to be a real coalition to act against China. Would you have to agree with that, that we have to get countries like Norway and Canada and whatever others we can get together to counterbalance the Chinese power?
Absolutely. And the Chinese action, one of the immediate effects you saw was a dramatic increase in exports of Norwegian salmon to China and a dramatic increase in exports of Scottish salmon to China. So here are two European countries with pretty close relations that were unable to coordinate. And this is the kind of thing, it's difficult to do among countries, but it's not impossible. And I always believe that, you can look at all the reasons why not to do something, but if we could improve it by 15% or 20%, wouldn't we be better off than we are now? And I think that is possible. Time to strike. What happens so often with our China dialogues is we all acknowledge the problem, but then there's the but or the on the other hand, and we get back to the kind of robotic diplomacy on autopilot, which says we just better go along with everything that China is saying and doing. And this is a chance in this period when China is so, has provoked so much unrest in so many places. This is our opportunity to build some alliances, and I think that Norway would probably be one of the countries we'd want to talk to.
Can I reference your comments about the United Nations? I'm a little disturbed to hear you say that we should downplay that involvement in multilateralism, particularly when China is exerting such heavy influence there. Yes, we have to work together to counterbalance China in the new world that we have, but surely the United Nations is a forum whereby all sorts of other countries are active and important to have relationships with. I'm very surprised for a diplomat to say that the United Nations is no longer a valid or apparently valid multinational forum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. That's the end of your time. And sorry, Mr. Morning, you have to wait. Maybe you have another chance to answer that when someone else comments or asks a question. We're on to the second round, and Mr. Williamson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ambassador Mulroney, we actually met 20 years ago in your office in Taipei. I was covering the Taiwanese election there, which I think is was and that place remains, I think, the truest expression of Chinese democracy, and it's on display every number of years for the world to see that democracy is alive and well in Taiwan. Could I ask you, actually, I'm curious, you have had a long career in mainland China, Taiwan, and you're familiar with the area. Have your views evolved in terms of Taiwan? Looking back 20 years ago and before that, how have your views concerning mainland China, Beijing, changed over the years, or perhaps they have not?
Thank you. And if I can just respond to Mr. Harris, I don't think he may have heard me correctly. What I said was I thought that our multi-year, multi-million-dollar campaign for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council wasn't the best priority for Canadian diplomacy, and I don't withdraw that. Working in Taiwan and running our office there was one of the most inspiring experiences of my diplomatic career. And let's just note here that we're mourning this week the passing of Li Denghui, who was really the father of democracy in Taiwan. And I got to meet and see lots of people. I was there when the Kuomintang were defeated and the Democratic Progressive Party came to power. So it was a very, very inspiring time. And it was impossible not to feel excited. I also recognize that there are some things, we have to be careful in terms of how we support Taiwan, because there are some things that would provoke China, even though it's inhuman to think about this, would provoke China to attack Taiwan. So there are red lines that we need to observe. The reality, though, is that Canada is nowhere near any of those red lines. We're entirely passive in our approach to Taipei, when with a little creativity, we could be supporting one of the the great democratic success stories, and one with some really interesting links to Canadian history. If you think of the story of Dr. George Leslie Mackay, who was a hero in Taiwan. So it was an inspiring time. The one thing I'd add too is, as we look at Hong Kong, one of the lessons we should take from Hong Kong is where it is now because for 2 decades, Hong Kong's elite sold it out, but the countries that should have supported it didn't support it sufficiently, and we were one of those countries. The next focus will be Taiwan. This is the time to be supporting Taiwan thoughtfully.
I appreciate that and agree with that. You'd mentioned in your opening remarks that there would be an economic cost to a divergence from mainland China. I think that's true, but could you talk as well about what are the costs to Canada in terms of our values and even economic costs by continuing on the path where where we're afraid to speak out, where the prospects of more trade is more alluring to our business elites?
Well, first, I think it's interesting to see that although Australia has been even more outspoken than we are and is more exposed, it's not clear that it's suffered economically. So what China often does is encourage us to fear the worst. But I think over the long haul, we have what China needs. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that. But if we look at things like China's demands in the case of Ms. Meng Wanzhou, my concern, saying yes to a quote unquote prisoner exchange, which is again a form of normalizing what China has done, would essentially make it more likely rather than less likely that China would do the same thing to us again in the future. It's just unacceptable.
Yeah. So you would agree then a sheepish policy towards Beijing has only served to embolden them and to actually cause us economic difficulties, economic harm, because China thinks because we are sheep dressed up in sheep clothing that we will not do anything, and they feel they have the freedom to push us around.
Yes, it's always
in 10 seconds, please. Sorry, in 10. Okay, I think that. Thank you very much. Now we have Ms. Zan for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me all right this time? Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Mulroney. I just wanted to say, many observers have noted that the former conservative government had a shift in its approach to China in the last years of its mandate. And you were ambassador, from 2009 to 2012. So could you tell us perhaps about your efforts to deepen our commercial relationship with China back then? Here in Nova Scotia, of course, we have a major supply of lobsters, seafood, and other things that go to China, and our governments have really increased our exports. So I'm just curious, did you ever push back on your superiors at that time for tougher stances and not pursuing a friendlier stance? And what has actually changed since you were ambassador?
Thank you very much. And I should say one of my favorite success stories in China was the success story of Clearwater Fine Foods of Nova Scotia, which moved from selling lobster as a commodity to selling lobster as a delicacy with a Canadian flag on the claw. I'm very proud of the fact that I think the message I took to Ottawa when I was ambassador and within the embassy, where I had people from a dozen Canadian departments and agencies, provinces, our security establishment, was that we need to see China as all of a piece. It's an important market for us, but even then, and we were talking frankly about this, it was an increasing challenge to Canada and posing an increasing threat to many Canadians and Canadian values and interests. I'm proud that we went out. I was told a number of times, harangued by Chinese officials not to say and do things, not to go and see the family of detained Canadians. We sent our diplomats out to see someone who was under house arrest where they got roughed up. A number of times I was followed in Western Xinjiang for going to see human rights champions. I'm proud that on the front of religious freedom, we opened the embassy to Mass when the international Catholic community had no place to go. And we had about 200 people from around the world coming into the embassy very gratefully. So my message, and I spoke to deputy ministers on a regular basis, my message is the security people need to be talking to the economic people. This is a challenge like no challenge we've seen before. Sometimes we can't say yes to every economic opportunity if it is threatening. Not every idea is a good idea. At the same time, with the security people, saying no to everything doesn't always make sense either. It's a new kind of diplomacy, a much more challenging kind of diplomacy, but I think we're capable of achieving it. And I think we did for a time when I was there. That was very important to me.
Thank you. So, of course, all of us are concerned about human rights issues. And we've been talking a lot about them already today with regards to the Uyghurs and also the Tibetans. So when it comes to your advocating for a tougher stance now, though, are you advocating for a full decoupling of the Canadian economy with China? Or are you suggesting that we should continue? And what would actually be the consequences, do you think, for the Canadian economy, including Canadian exporters like Nova Scotia and others, and Canadian consumers, if we actually decouple our economy and pull back?
So, first of all, while this involves speaking out on human rights issues, my first priority, and you will have noticed that from my remarks, is Canadian national security. China has picked up and practiced, diplomacy by detention with Canadians. It's unjustly detained our citizens. It's interfering and harassing and threatening people at home in Canada. It's stealing secrets. It's interfering on campuses. We need to speak out. We can't remain an autonomous sovereign country if we don't speak out honestly about that. So yes, human rights, but it's increasingly, and I've seen it in my own career, the theater has moved from China into the international space, and now it's in Canada itself. And I think we're capable of finding the courage and the honesty to say that.
So would you suggest that we should stop trading with China entirely? I mean, what will happen if we do that?
No, I wouldn't suggest that at all. I would say though that we need to look
Thank you. Sorry, Doctor. Again, I apologize. It's limited to time for each person,
Sorry.
as you've seen by now, I'm sure. And now we're on to Mr. Albus for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mulrooney, for your past service and your ongoing engagement. I've heard you on a few different radio programs, et cetera, as well as a podcast. And it's helpful to hear a plethora of different views, because the Canada-China relationship has many different components as China expresses itself differently under the current leadership. My concern is that you've made public statements in regards to the government and its interactions with you. In a Globe and Mail piece on July 24th, 2019, you expressed the following regarding a request that was made to you by a public servant. I'm deeply concerned about the way foreign policy is being managed and don't wish to be silenced or co-opted. You also said that you've added any effort to discourage Canadians with the expertise in foreign relations from speaking freely is, and I quote, fundamentally an undemocratic idea. Now, I haven't heard very much from the government other than to say, well, no elected official caused that call to happen. But I'd like you just to maybe take a moment and address that.
Sure. What happened was last summer I got a message from someone who was in the the Special China Task Force that's been set up to deal with the crisis. It's someone I'd met with before, an old colleague. We exchanged ideas, and the message was saying, can we talk again? I'm always happy to do that. That's, tell them what I'm thinking. They bounce ideas off me because I spent 5 years running the branch that they're in. Always happy to do that. On the day of the call, I got a message saying, Paul Topol is joining the call. It's a little odd, but okay. I mean, and once the call started, Paul was very effusive in saying he's running the branch, and he knew that I had run it in the past. How honored he was. It was a little over the top, even. But I got a sense that the conversation was about to change. It wasn't an exchange of ideas. He then said, before you speak to the media, you should feel free to check your ideas with us and find out what we think. And I said, I got a little mad just because of the way it was expressed. And I said, Paul, what's the issue and who asked you to call me? And the issue was comments I'd made about the travel advisory. And he said that people in PMO were not happy. That's what happened. And I said, Paul, I'm not going to do that. I'm happy to exchange ideas with you guys, but I'm not going to feel constrained to call you. I'm a private citizen now because I think I know what the objective is. And it kind of intimidates you before you put pen to paper. So that's what happened. I was disturbed by it, and I remain concerned. And Paul, in his testimony, said that he calls people to compare notes and exchange ideas. That wasn't the nature of our conversation.
Have you had any similar conversation since?
No.
I'm glad to hear that. In regards to vulnerabilities, you have mentioned activities that are happening on Canadian campuses. Can you give an example, please?
Well, I mentioned cases at McMaster University in Hamilton, where the Chinese student group was galvanized to block a speech by a Uyghur human rights activist. I think that group was since delisted or lost its status at McMaster. And at University of Toronto Scarborough campus, a very promising young student politician of Tibetan origin was harassed by student groups on campus. And my concern there is both the harassment itself, which is unacceptable, but that if we look at how China operates and how something called the United Front operates, activating students is part of that process. And we should be cracking down on that. We should be cracking down on the consulate, for example. That's way beyond anything in their mandate. And we should be, and our security services should be looking at this kind of interference and intimidation of people in Canada.
Okay, you said intimidation, and specifically the interference was done by Chinese government, by consulate staff. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it was done by students, but there were kind of references to the consulate, and this is something that consulates run student groups. They have education people who look at Chinese students. I'd be looking at that as a possibility. I have no proof that happened, sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, there's a lot of investment in our universities in order to create new innovations, intellectual property, et cetera. I have heard from some universities where they've shown concerns about partnering with certain particular enterprises due to national security concerns. Do you think that this is an area?
Mr. Albus, I'm terribly sorry. I wasn't watching the clock closely enough. You're just past the 5-minute time, and now we're on to Ms. Yip.
Could he have a small, just a quick? Could he respond in 30 seconds?
The problem is we're over your time. As you know, we have limits for each member, as members all know, and maybe an opportunity for him as we go on, although there isn't much longer in the meeting. So I'm going to go on to what Ms. Yip, as I'm required to do.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. Canada has expressed deep concern regarding the national security law in Hong Kong. Why did China act now to impose a national security law on Hong Kong, especially during this pandemic time? And what would be the implications for China's domestic and foreign policy?
I think you may have answered your own question in the sense that China took this opportunity because the world is so preoccupied with the pandemic. But there is some history here. In 2003, they tried to introduce something that was actually, if anything, maybe even a little milder than what we're seeing now, and protests in the streets discouraged the Hong Kong administration from proceeding with that. But many years have passed since then. I think last year, my own reading would be that Beijing lost faith in the Lam administration, the administration in Hong Kong, and decided that they would simply exercise, they would interfere in the system. One of the things to remember, I talked about the fact that China would attack Taiwan if it felt its interests were imperiled. As valuable as Hong Kong is to it, it will quite happily see Hong Kong's future blighted to make sure that it maintains control over Hong Kong. So this is precisely what we're doing. What we're seeing, what's serious here is that we're seeing the Chinese legal system penetrate the barrier that had kept Hong Kong separate. The notion that people who are accused of national security violations, which are very broad and ambiguous, could in fact be rendition to China for trial. So Canada was wise, I think, to cancel extradition. It's really, as I say, the death knell for one country, two systems.
So you just mentioned they feel that that China felt that Hong Kong was failing. What did you mean by that? Or they felt disappointed, or could you just elaborate?
They felt that the Hong Kong administration was losing control to democratic forces, that they were being outthought by very creative and very courageous young democracy advocates whose success showed in local district elections just a few months later. So the flames of democracy were really beginning to be kindled by this. And that, of course, is the last thing that China wants. And so they're doing everything they can to extinguish that, even though there was a lot of hope at the time of 1997 that China would be willing to see developments in Hong Kong and the growing autonomy of Hong Kong institutions. So they've completely abandoned that.
What more can the government do to respond to this new security law?
Unfortunately, I think it's very late in the day for us to be asking that question. We've had 2 decades of China's steady strangulation of Hong Kong, in which we should have responded. So now, when the python has almost consumed its prey, it's very late for us. I think the canceling extradition is the right thing to do. I think creating a fast track for immigration to Canada, but none of this saves Hong Kong. The one area where I have hope, however, is that, as I indicated, I'm tremendously impressed by the young people, and I've met some of them who were part of the protest. They're creative, they're adaptive, they're thoughtful, but I think, unfortunately, they're going to have to carry out a lot of that at some distance, because it's no longer safe for them to return to Hong Kong. I also think we should be prepared to use Magnitsky legislation to block, for example, access to Canada for people who have clearly rolled back democratic rights in Hong Kong.
Other than the Magnitsky sanctions, are there other steps that Canada could take?
I think continuing to speak out about it is important. But as I say, the most important thing probably for us now is to take a lesson for what inaction does and apply that lesson to the next campaign, which will be Taiwan.
How concerned should we be about the well-being of the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong?
Well, their status
for them?
Their status has changed. They are now living in a place that is much more like a Chinese city. And so I think we need to, I noticed that we've upgraded our travel advisory, talked about the dangers of arbitrary arrest and detention. I think, you have travel advisories, but you also have sense, and they've got to start thinking about whether it's the safest place for them to be. The reality is, if there was a real crisis, it would be hard for us to support 300,000 people in that crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yip. We do have time for Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Harris. Monsieur Bergeron, 2 minutes et demie.
Parfait, je vais tenter de...
I'm going to try to use my time in a judicious way. First of all, with regards to the Magnitsky sanctions, this is a question that I wanted to ask, but 2 questions. We know that the Chinese are using health arguments as a way to implement sanctions against some countries, for example, Canada. Given that the innocuity of Chinese products is inferior, we can look at, could we not use the same argument to respond to the sanctions imposed by China. And also, we know the importance of supply chains for Canadian industry. Canadian industries in China, given the low production costs. So how can we begin a transition? And we saw the need to have this transition with the coronavirus crisis, but how can we implement a transition plan for supply chains for Canadian businesses?
Well, I think the first thing is that a lot of countries are having the same discussion, and the smartest and best way would be to work with allies. The other thing is, as I said, we've had a year and a half in which the things have slowed down. The relationship is not where it was. I was surprised that we sent our minister for small business, who's now our trade minister, on a trade mission, and she went to Beijing. She should have gone on to other markets in the region to signal our interest in diversifying and our interest in restoring economic partnerships that we've allowed to languish. So the main thing is we've got to get at it, start talking to our allies, and start focusing on there are very practical measures we can take.
Monsieur le Président, sur
Chair, as to the innocuousness and the health arguments, you have 20 seconds.
Mr. Mulroney, would you like to respond? Sorry. Mr. Mulroney, would you like to respond to that part briefly?
What was the part?
À propos des mesures.
With regards to the innocuousness of products and health-related arguments to apply sanctions.
So I may have missed something in the interpretation, but I think we've been reminded through this of China's great willingness to use health as a form of coercion and health measures, and it should encourage us to diversify and find other partners, and including in things like the development of vaccines.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harris, 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll ask you your opinion as a private citizen, Mr. Mulroney, given your distinction there, which is good. What kinds of things should Canada have done with relation to Hong Kong? Because my understanding was there was a hope that the rest of China would become more like Hong Kong, et cetera, et cetera. Did that change at a certain point, or was it ever thus inevitable after 1997? And what should Canada have done? And is there anything it can do now, with the exception of the Magnitsky sanctions that you talked about? And should they be done in coordination with other nations?
So I was working on China in 1997, and I can recall that both Britain and China, or working on Hong Kong in 1997, both Britain and China asked countries like Canada to pledge their ongoing support for the arrangement, ongoing support for the autonomy of Hong Kong institutions. And we said we would. Chris Patten thanked Canada, and then we lost the thread. We weren't as supportive. I'm someone who has been a bit of a critic of our parliamentary exchange with China. I think we could have spent better time focusing on democratic development and the transition of the Hong Kong legislature to something that was truly more representative. But at every pass, I think, again, we were stymied by our concern that somehow this would upset China. And this is a lesson that we have to learn. The end result is that China has essentially consumed Hong Kong. It's another city of South China. So the lesson is, it's never too late to push back, but it's sure a lot easier if you push back through the process as early as possible.
So where does that leave us now? If we're talking about sanctions being suggested, how do we do that? Do we work with other countries on that, or do we just decide what we think is appropriate and go right ahead?
I think it's important to work with other countries who will help to identify. There was a picture recently of a police officer who was helping me the thugs who beat up people on a subway train. These are the kind of people that you might begin to target. I think we also need to look at programs to support Hong Kong democracy activists in Canada, maybe with scholarships, maybe with funding. That's probably the best way of keeping this dream alive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulrooney. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Mulrooney, thank you very much, not only for appearing today, but for your service to this country. I think we all appreciate that very much. And so this concludes this portion of the meeting. We now have to go into camera to discuss some committee business, and we need to pause, I understand, for approximately 15 minutes. I hope the members won't go away for very long, maybe come back before that, because we have to actually disconnect and then reconnect into the in-camera meeting. So we'll see you shortly. And thank you again.
I look forward to reconnecting, Mr. Chair.